is the stream refusing to load for anyone else? Works on my machine. I don't know why I said that. You can't even fucking hear me. That's great. Let me make sure that my fucking pop-out view is closed so that my PC isn't trying to like render video and shit. So like, literally I have never seen my game, I have never seen my PC fucking handle a game this badly since like playing PSO2 on a MacBook Air. It's like, everything that is not Redout 2 is currently running at like 1 frame per second and responds to my fucking mouse input on like an 8-second delay. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Return of the ultra-wide layout, featuring like a handful of dropped frames as I transition scenes and it has to load 2 different sets of blur. I bet it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Nothing bad ever happens. So I've played a little bit of this. I made it through the mandatory trials. I've played a little bit on Cairo and one other track. I don't really like the game's like structure or presentation just yet, but I think the way that it drives is pretty interesting. It seems like the main thing, the main like big mechanical alteration that happened here is that fucking 34 Big Things realized that everyone, literally all players of Redout 1, use the Turbo Boost upgrade, which like allows you to spend all of your boost energy at once to just go in a straight line really quickly, and that like using that was fun in addition to being like usually optimal. So it's been folded into a baseline mechanic, but now like regular boost and super boost both build a heat gauge, and when your heat gauge is maxed you can still boost, but it takes off your health, and health regen starts after a while not taking damage, which I think probably accomplishes the goal of like encouraging clean driving instead of like a bunch of wall taps and wall scrapes, because it's faster to just like hit the wall and then accelerate out of the apex. But it also does something kind of weird where like now you're tracking an invisible cooldown to like maximize your boost regeneration or like your boost utilization. It's very interesting. I'm sure there's like more layers to it later, especially because this game seems to have the fucking equipment system shit going on. But right now I'm like just generally curious about it. We got our Lunaire back, the craft that got me banned from YouTube. So that was good. Insufficient VRAM? Really? Fucking Special K is telling me I need to turn down my graphics settings because of VRAM requirements. That's great. Well, I guess I can relaunch in high settings, that's fine. Oh yeah, I'm on the wrong layout. Whoops. I mean, I've only got an 8 gig VRAM card, and I guess, like, epic settings are probably obnoxious on purpose, but, hey. That would certainly explain some behavior of my PC. Hello, welcome back to the ultra-wide layout. You literally haven't seen this since I was raiding. It's great. You are now online. Connect with friends. I need Epic to, like, fuck off out of my life, generally. Alright, so if it's a VRAM issue, hopefully stepping down to high will help me not get fucking pounded. Especially considering, like... I got the downscaling stuff on, whatever Intel's weird downscaling stuff is. That might be a little bit loud, so I'm gonna take it down for you guys just a bit. I apparently just mix my game louder than it needs to be all the time, so, like, let me know. Oh yeah, there's this perfect landing mechanic, which gives you a boost if you're leveled out with the track. I guess it's, like, a way to directly encourage people to, like, engage with pitching their craft early. I have the game on its default difficulty. It auto-calibrated difficulty after I did the tutorials, and it has a weirdly granular assist system. Like, basically every type of control has a percentage assist modifier from 0 to 100. And, like, it kind of thoughtfully lists, like, hey, this will nudge you, but it will not, like, change the direction of your inputs, versus, like, this is no assistance, versus, like, this can totally override your input because you've set it so high. Am I gonna die here? I should probably cancel that. I don't really have a feel for, like, how to use boost yet, and the fact that the boost UI is, like, lower on the screen and not attached to my ship, I feel a little bit more disconnected from it. It's hard to, like, look down. But I imagine you, like, do everything based on feel at some point anyway. The only assist I like using is the boost safety. I left it on default because it gave me very low assist percentages and only for a handful of things. But I do kind of wonder what specifically it's doing. Like, that type of system, I feel like that's playtester walked here behavior. I know this is like the equivalent of Class 1 racing right now, but I definitely feel like it's a little bit easier to actually, like, same direction strafe into corners instead of having to, like, go wide. I heard a lot of people complaining on Reddit when this came out about, like, the speed challenges and how they were, like, all impossible. I don't know whether they've been nerfed since or whether everybody on Reddit's a fucking idiot. Then again, I've done, like, one of those, but it was the one that was mentioned by name as, like, what is this doing here? This is way too hard. So it's like, because you're going through, like, the layer of the heat system instead of just directly spending, like, health to boost, like F-Zero, there's, like, it's cooldown tracking. It's a little bit more, like, micromanagement. Oh, cooldown tracking, that sucks. Respawn a maximum of 2 times. That's a cool bonus star. And yeah, instead of having, like, just crafts and, like, discrete speed classes, you've got a whole ass equipment system. And that feels pretty wild to me. I guess I'm just kind of expected to fucking wander around the campaign structure. And that seems like fine. I guess I could unlock a new craft. Asura Open Day. Sure. Trophy. Lead every lap. Sounds fine to me. Don't forget that you can Mega Boost and Regular Boost at the same time for speed. I did notice that. It seems like...
Lava, fire, boiling steam.
Oh, I hate this. This is reminding me of the Burnout Revenge presentation.
Miners, brave humans that are now commemorated in the glorious Chamber of Giants for giving countless lives to tame this fiery hell. They've certainly earned their reputation as grumps.
Progress
but
marches
don't try
on.
to fool an IO citizen or a Behemoth fan. Get ready for flames, steam.
It's such a
and
difference
lots of
in tone.
overheating.
I'm surprised. Definitely, like, the visuals and, like, overall course design fucking rock, though. I just realized that I get to see Return of Solha Drift Ship in this game, and I'm pretty excited for that. The universal signage feels like a pretty good fit for what's going on here. Alright, well, let's compare notes. I'm gonna, like, make an effort to, like, save all of my health for, like, double boost here, and see how regularly I get to, like, apply it in a useful way. Well, that overheated slightly quicker than expected. Wow, that was like 3 guys that just showed up and got banned before I even looked at the chat. Was it free viewer time? Cheap viewer, I see. It's like, if you boost even a little bit into your health, you stop your health regen, which actually feels like pretty costly. But it seems like heat degen is constant, so it's more about like where you can best use the boost. Yeah, that's like... That heat's scary. That was like instant. Oh! I see. Without a good dissipator, no ship can endure Io's Tartarus mine. Do I need more gear? Do I need to open ice burners? I need whatever the opposite of an ice burner is. I'm trying to keep fucking cool. The, like, universal signage seems pretty good. I definitely feel like I still get more mileage on net out of, like, counter-strafing than strafing inward. It's probably a fair amount slower in a lot of situations, but yeah, wow, look at that. I wish there was a Sega Rally guy calling out the turns too. Agreed. Honestly, I kind of wanted to see if I could do, like, auto-detecting turns from fucking... What the fuck? What did I horribly misread? Oh! Ah! Very good. Easy right. Dang, I'm getting filtered by like an early game course the instant I turn on the stream? That's crazy. I feel like if this game had a co-driver, it would just be triple caution on a loop. That definitely feels pretty good at the very least. Commit to going fast only if you can play perfect while you're cooling down. Yeah, it's like tying health management and like boost management together definitely encourages you to drive in a different way compared to like in Redout 1 your health was largely like a budget that you would like, as long as you don't die, what happens to it kind of doesn't fucking matter. Woo! Perfect landing! Yeah! I actually took my fucking finger off the throttle there, that's crazy. That's a ridiculous track transition, holy. Yeah, like, actually look at this, though. Like, what is this course? Kind of fucking... What? Aw, man! What the fuck? Alright, say goodbye to my bonus star, I guess. Woo! Woo! We're living. We're living. Imagining you blazing through a track in this game and suddenly everything freezes for a moment and I hear the ding of a drop target. I'm glad that I did the sound for that item the way that I did it. That was like one of the first things I did with FM on the M8, and it was just like fun. Somebody fucking died. Look at the standings. That guy's gone. It's over. Drop target is perfect, never nerf it. We gotta nerf it because people are using their own drop target to take tripwires still. There's still a little bit of exploit sauce. But I have a pretty specific thing that I would like to do for that. Again. Drop target is hilarious. I kind of instantly fell in love with it as soon as like the first iteration was in the game. One of the big things that we wanted to do to make the focus on like playing at a skill gap more interesting is make it like not just challenging to front run, but give you a lot of choices to make while you're up there. And the first place item pool being allowed to like break a lot of the rules of standard item design. What the fuck? I don't know. The first place item pool being able to like break a lot of the rules was one of the ways that we accomplished that. Like, did landmines strictly need to tumble? Probably not. But like, what if they did though? I think they want you to go left there. Oh yeah, maybe reading the signage would help. I definitely didn't see anything to the left though. New ship, Asura. I am an alien. Asura ships boost like no other. Ooh, that was a good texture! That made me really happy.
To its core, Asura is headquartered on an island, once known as Japan.
Once known as Japan.
Overwhelming acceleration and boost.
Is this what they call world building?
Driving style.
Alright, let's see this shit. Let's equip the giant tank of nitrous. So... oh yeah, these bigger events have like... ooh, we do have boss tracks in here, okay. Alright, alright, alright. So these big tiles have multiple events, but they're not like a championship structure that you have to tackle all at once, I guess. Let's swap ship. And I gotta put all my fucking parts in. And then I'm not even gonna fuck with this, I think. Play career to unlock. I can't wait to not find my fucking colors. Bubble sort? Wait, this kind of fucking rocks. Okay, that's fine. I tried this game out last night and was slow as shit. How do you go fast? I think you, like, just really aggressively fuck around with heat and then, like, fucking strafe out on a lot of turns. Like, my experience with Redout 1 was that, like, strafing out and then in is, like, the answer to so many cornering situations. It's, like, nonsense. Alright, so this is a boosting focused craft, right? That means that if I go to 0 heat and then do this, something should happen. Okay, well, I instantly overheat still. Maybe the dissipator situation is still gonna need some work. But, like, we're getting there. Whee! That's how we play video games. Maybe I should set up that 5% boost limiter. These are the assists that it gave me by default, by the way. It gave me 5% steering assist, and I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, sure, okay. I'm wondering how badly you can, like, potato the tutorial, and, like, how high these can get set for you by default. I think I played my entire game without any assists. You think I should just fucking set them off? Beginner, strong, moderate, light, custom. So light was lower than my settings, but moderate is much higher. Steering and boosting are very much in your hands. Interested to see what max assists looks like? Well, let me set my custom to all 0 with like a 10% safety. So I just don't have to fucking, like, that's labeled as an assist, but it seems like it's a sensible option to have on. We honestly considered doing something like that for Ring Racers. I still kind of want to play around with the idea of it. But, like, in this game even more than Ring Racers, like, you objectively do not want to burn to 0. That is a strategic choice that is strictly worse. I did Axe VR and I'm sad about it. I'm not altogether surprised. VR is kind of a pain in the ass and still for just like weird enthusiast people. I would like to get a better facial interface so I can stream Dirt Rally 2 in VR and like horribly fucking embarrass myself. Yeah, without having to manually, like, tap out of the boost, I guess it does sort of, like, defang the mechanic a little bit, because when collisions aren't involved, you're never gonna accidentally blow up. The rhythm is a lot more comforting initially, though. And setting your safety at 10% still kind of means that, like, you're on the hook for not, like, tapping the walls. Yeah, as expected, Asura plays very much like the Redout 1 meta. Ooh, scraping a little bit. Whew. There's another warning tone at 5%. Great. That's fantastic. Love to see it. Ooh, that's a good stall. Lifting the accelerator for a bit seems like very effective in terms of, like, course correction. I still, like, very fervently belong to the Church of Strafe the Fuck Out. It's interesting that braking can, like, degen some heat. Yeah, the boost threshold assist definitely takes a little bit of mental stack off. For sure. I wonder if there's any way to go through this tutorial and get that set for you automatically. Like, I'd be really interested to know what they're using precisely to, like, calibrate the assists. You know what game I've been playing that, like, has a funny as hell dynamic difficulty system recently? No, it's not Ring Racers this time, I swear. Fucking One Finger Death Punch 2. Where it's like, alright, we very openly adjust the dynamic difficulty based on how well you're doing. You can change it too, but you can change it in very, very coarse, like 20% game speed ticks. So your ability to influence it is to massively fuck it up while the game, like, very subtly tries to nudge it up and down. And I think it's kind of funny because if you're committed to playing the game at, like, a really fast speed, you have to continually pull it up after every game and be like, no, this is what I want, I promise. So this is pretty neat. Ah, I see. So it's cycling the rewards here. Are, like, parts always going to be displayed in green? I should probably get a fucking stabilizer, huh? An upgrade in stability awaits the winner. Okay, and it's because it's a star threshold, I can do any of these that I would like to do for the first reward. That's interesting. Like a speed demon. Green is just the rarity color. Makes sense. So time trial. Do I get, like, ghosts for this, or... I remember time trial in Redout 1 was pretty bare bones. What I'm kind of wondering about is regular speed retention. I'm not really sure what to use, like, standard boost on or win just yet. It seems pretty difficult without Super Boost to actually, like, sustain a speed above your top speed for particularly long. Oops. Definitely, like, boosting out of corners, still good. Like in this situation where I'm at max heat, is it still better to use the super as it comes up, or like maybe tap it? Oh, 5 seconds ahead of gold, huh? I wonder if that's affected by my career difficulty. That was also auto set for me, I think, and I didn't really touch it. So that didn't seem like a very clean run, but this is also definitely like a page 1 career event. Pretty hot. Alright, well, I guess I just, like, wander around and, like, click on everything that looks like a fucking piece of equipment. This is weird. So you got, like, you have a ship cap in events. Is this game, like, alive online at all? It just went free, so I'll bet some people are trying to play it online. I wonder how that's handled online, that's why I ask. It seems like at baseline, you basically always want your health to be regenerating or burning. And you always either want to be boosting or regaining heat. What the fuck? Hello? Very interesting. Online is mostly pre-made ships in the Class 4 range. Makes sense. I figure syncing that would probably have been a pretty big pain in the ass, in addition to, like, I don't know, getting people into online by just, like, having to make sure that they have a real ship, or, like, play at a huge disadvantage kind of blows ass. That was a problem in Redout 1 to an extent, where, like, you could join a lobby, and because there was no inherent concept of, like, class restriction, people could just play Class 4s against you when you installed the game 5 minutes ago. And it wasn't a game with, like, match made online or anything, so you could just, like, not play with people who did that. But it was still a bit of a point of friction. They still get to coast for a bit, even if you don't, like, spend a completely empty heat gauge on double boost. I feel like I'm being showered in unlocks, and I kind of just wish the game would leave me alone in that regard. I wanna fucking sit down and drive. Is that a fucking 1097 power ship in the rewards for this? I see. I hate the unlocks. Wait, I'm motivated by an unlock. Don't trust gamers, they're liars. They're fucking idiots. I hate unlocks. A streamer who literally worked on Ring Racers. Yeah, and I'll tell you what the fuck what. I used the developer password on my release save. I've played the game enough. Like, genuinely, there were a lot of things that I thought were not going to be up my alley when we were working on the game. But, like, I ended up being wrong about my preferences, or we ended up doing it in a new way that, like, doesn't bug me the way that the traditional way does. But I am still absolutely the, like, give me the whole fucking box type of person. It's hard for me to put myself entirely in the perspective of a player, because, like, I have played a version of Ring Racers without unlocks, without all my fucking developer unlocks, of course. I had to, like, test everything. But, like, I wasn't really there to play the game, I was there to make sure the unlocks fucking functioned. And I do like a lot of the individual challenges, but definitely I am the person who, like, I really wanted to make sure that we did Chowkeys right, basically. None of this Kirby Air Ride bullshit where we, like, permanently void out your save file. I canceled that one early because I just had no faith whatsoever. What about the developer password. You guys have fucking tournament mode. You guys have all the fucking category unlock passwords that work permanently and don't mark your save. You'll be fine. People did get really surprisingly shitty about 101% though. Like, obviously not everyone, but like the extent to which like small groups of people got vocal about 101 was like definitely a little surprising to me, considering we kind of went to the trouble of making sure that there was absolutely nothing behind it that would motivate anyone to go for it. Like, so 101 is what you get on the challenges screen if you complete every challenge by completing the challenge, not with a key. And that's something that you can go back and do later. So like if you key something, you can still complete its requirement at a later date to get credit for 101. And 101 literally gives you nothing except a completion stamp on the challenges screen. It doesn't even give you like a follower or like an interstitial or developer message. It's just like, hey, we acknowledge that you did this in the fucking crazy way. And when people started talking about 101 in the Discord, at least a handful of people accused us of directly lying in patch notes by saying that chow keys don't mark your save file. Oh, I see. Ah, there's a fucking animated chevron there too, I just totally missed it. Yeah, it's like the intent is that like you can use chow keys to have access to things that you're excited by, but then like not fuck yourself out of like doing designed gameplay later. Because otherwise it's a system where the first time you interact with it, you feel like you've cheated. And we don't even mark your save file for real cheats. Like, you can just use the unlock codes, but guess what? The unlock codes give you the challenge without giving you challenge completion credit, so they don't count towards 101. That's kind of what 101 is there for. You actually played the game. I'm sad that I can't get all the spray cans. That's been brought up really consistently, and I kind of fucking agree. I feel like before adding more colors, we might need to do some reorganization of the menu, though. I kind of didn't expect anyone to find tasteless taunts very quickly. I feel like some stuff has been posted in the Discord where, like, if people looked a little bit further into it, probably somebody would have thought to try something that turned out to work. But it's a pretty specific cut. I wonder how to roll there. Do I use the strafe buttons for that? Or at least the strafe stick? No, because the strafe stick was fucking actually strafing me there, right? You roll with D-pad, really? That's super strange. Woo-hoo. Oh yeah, it does give you the D-pad hint. That's really fascinating. I wonder about that. Because my immediate, like, physical reaction to that input is, oh, I will never successfully do this. Dang. Is there any consistency on spray can placement? Basically the only thing was that they'd be put in places that were, like, unlikely to be reached on the main road. That's pretty much it. Whether or not they came down to, like, take this specific route versus, like, look in this uncommon location versus Lamau Lucid Pass was kind of down to mapper preference. Yeah, that definitely feels pretty strange, but I'll see about getting used to it. Man, speaking of assists, like, this is not me wearing the authoritative developer hat, but I kind of want to fucking take auto reload out of Ring Racers. I feel like it's just causing us fucking problems. Like, it was intended as an accessibility feature that I implemented, and then it didn't solve the problem the person who asked for it was having. And so now it just kind of exists as, like, a thing. LTIC has one of the best color select menus, and more games should use a goddamn grid to display them. There are so many large portions of the menus in HUD that we want to redo at, like, a higher baseline screen resolution down the line. So that was the 3-star. How many stars do I need for max reward? Is it 9? That's pretty lenient. So you don't need any bonus stars as long as you, like, gold every event. That makes sense. The rhetoric around, like, Ring Racers passwords are encrypted with the industry standard because the devs are fucking insane. No, it's because we already had that library from doing crypto shit for online, and we just decided to do that instead of figuring out how to passwords in a second, hash passwords in, like, a second worse way that would require new code. There was, like, there was password mangling stuff in fucking SRB2 and SRB2 card as well, but it was like the Doom scramble macro stuff where it was meant to render the password unreadable via hex editor on the executable, which is like, nobody is doing that. We are fucking on GitHub. You can just, like, look at the code. But, like, writing scramble macro stuff got really irritating anyway, and the old system was already configured to be like, hey, I need you to fucking... I need everything to go through the scramble macro. And it's just like, oh, this is so much of a pain in the ass, we may as well rewrite it anyway. You guys are insane, don't deny. Oh, absolutely. But, like, not for that reason. This is a fucking speed event. I'm just driving like it's time trial. I wonder if it's best to, like, push for bursts of speed, or whether it's genuinely just about, like, staying consistent. What's wild about the speed events is that, like, I remember seeing complaints about them earlier, and so I looked up those complaints again to make sure that I, like, wasn't misremembering it, and to see if things had been like obviously patched in a way that I could identify. And I saw a bunch of people saying like, I'm on fucking Cairo speed, and it is impossible to maintain faster than 800 kilometers an hour for longer than 2 seconds. And I'm just like, but that's not true though. Like, that's just incorrect. Bitch up. Cool. In my experience, setting up optimal boost stacks is just smooth for speed events. I can believe it. You figure, like, if it takes an equal amount of additional speed to go up 1 point per second, then probably it's a balance of, like, coasting versus not. Gain promotion in B-League. Alright, so they're not gonna let me use my fucking jacked up ship in B-League, I think. Did I even, like... Wait a minute, the hole was the fucking reward for 3 stars? I'm smoking crack, oh well. Jesus, keeping track of all this. Well, I guess I can kind of just, like, do events, and then, like, if my ship turns out to suck, then I can worry about that at a later time. Wow, that is unattractive. The power level shown at the reward is just a default setup power. Makes sense. You are absolutely cooking for a new player. Thank you, but unfortunately I played a lot of Redout 1 as well, so... I don't think I'm your typical new guy. It's been a long fucking time since I touched Redout 1, though. And I was never, like, one of the online fucking speed beasts. I was just, like, somebody who enjoyed hitting the turbo boost button. I definitely feel like this game has the framework to, like, fix some of the things that bugged me about Redout 1. I don't think it was ever, like, really satisfying to me that the way to corner in that game ended up being, like, bonk your back corner against the fucking outside wall and then boost out. That felt like kind of a waste of the cornering mechanics. Feel like expert at, like, using words. The other issue that I ended up having with the game was, like, the really heavy use of invisible kill walls that really only became, like, relevant at higher speed classes, where, like, any amount of airtime would just let you trivially break the course if they weren't there. But, like, you do paths that intuitively made sense and then just die all the time. Ooh, dust storm. Aren't you still someone who enjoys pressing the turbo boost button? Ring racers! I will always enjoy push and pull systems, and I feel like racing games provide a very nice framework for providing that to the player in a way that is legible, because, like, everybody understands what going fast is. Like, what is the value of a Shoryuken? Abstract. What is the value of the boost button? Extremely concrete and easy to understand. Latest update got rid of 200 plus crazy skips. They don't detract from the track experience in this game. Nice, nice. 200 plus crazy skips. They were just like, fuck it, no walls. And then went back and went like, okay, maybe a few walls. Is Mahjong a push and pull system? I would say so. I've actually been like... Now that I've got Sega MJ on the fucking Steam Deck, which is just the funniest thing ever, by the way, I've been trying to, like, put some major emphasis for myself on, like, sitting down and figuring out how to open my hand more consistently, because I feel like a lot of the time when I sit down to play, I'm just playing to fucking, like, be the tile efficiency machine, and, like, anybody can play tile efficiency. I want to, like, actually develop a distinct, like, informed playstyle based around deviating from the obvious thing, which I think is, like, what people call learning the fucking game. And the prospect of that has me excited, but also, boy oh boy, do I not like trying to call hands with an 8 in them. I had some fucking company over, like, earlier last month, and we were playing Mahjong, and I just explained, like, yeah, I don't know, I'm not doing a very good job of drawing the tiles with the right numbers on them. And that guy laughed so hard I think he injured himself. Cause, like, isn't that a fucking way to describe the strategy game, huh? The idea that calling early sucks and calling late is good, actually, is, like, maybe the most counterintuitive thing that I've read up on recently. Because, like, if a hand is far away, it can draw a lot of advancements. If a hand is, like, close, there aren't many things it can draw to move forward, and so the relative value of seeing more tiles is, like, dramatically increased. And you'd expect, like, oh, if I want to fucking... shoutouts to Final Lap Music, by the way. You would kind of expect that, like, if you want to play for speed, you want to play for speed from the very beginning. But the speed gains you get from calling early are, like, not actually that much compared to, like, your ability to, like, keep strong shapes in your hand and build value. Win with a 500-meter lead. Dragon's Gates Rush. The fucking track intro monologue for this course was like literally the Wojak meme place Japan. It was so absolutely fucking out of pocket that it made me really happy. Yeah, I guess my early boosting strategy before Super Boost should be to just, like, burn heat anyway. Like, I don't know if there's ever a situation where you're, like, even moderately confident in your driving, where you don't want to, like, burn your hull. Because it's just, like, if you're not burning your hull, then your hull can't regenerate, and you're, like, missing out on an opportunity to gain a resource. Video game. I fucking love opportunity cost. Woo! That counter strafe felt good, man. Remember, you're in Tartarus, die to fire damage. That's true. True, I agree with your statement. I've been really sitting down and thinking about whether it's time to do a proper Mahjong client. Definitely, like, as VR chat increasingly looks like they are, like, shitting themselves and have no idea what to do, investing further into the platform seems like kind of a weird personal choice. I downloaded Godot, and I opened up a sample project that was just like a gamepad input viewer, and I went, what the fuck? What is a node? And that's my experience with Godot so far, so I'll keep everyone updated on that. Come to Resonite. Resonite's wild because, like, I don't want an inventory system. I think people bringing random objects into my personal space, like, violates me in a way. I don't know if I have, like, a positive opinion on people being able to, like, drop video screens that, like, spawn spiders. Oh, this is a speed event. Once again, I was driving like time trial. I don't know, man. Sometimes I just, like, get on the course and drive in a straight line and then the event is over. I'm like, what is that noise? Alright, we finally put on a fucking ECS module. At some point I should maybe get an intercooler. Where do you suppose I can get one of those? Sure. Thank you, Kirzov. Enjoy your fucking one emote that hasn't changed for 25 years. I'm so sorry. Maybe it seems like a fucking bad strategic decision to be like, alright, I got a fucking video game release under my belt. Let's go on some fucking dev adventures. I should do an online net play client for a game for old people that no one likes, that already has multiple entrenched free clients with anime titties in them, and also Tenho. But, like, given the number of people I've seen who seem to be, like, bugged by what Mahjong Soul and Ricci City fundamentally are, but, like, aren't willing to play on Tenho because it's a little bit too Spartan and inaccessible. I feel like there's some space for that. Mostly I would like to make something that I personally could use, but that's a fucking weird bet, because it would require me to have, like, other people to play the game with. Like, basically everybody in Hitbox Dimension who was ever going to play Touhou Genso Mahjong played it. And I think we are all kind of in a similar place with that, where it's like, it's fine. Like, it's funny Mahjong with, like, goofy superpowers, but, like, the polish of the client is definitely, like, one guy level. You make a Go client with anime titties. Is there not, like, a Lichess equivalent for Go? Because I feel like... No, Lichess existing for chess is like, oh, this is the best it will ever get. Nobody is ever gonna do it better than this, and everybody can fucking relax. And I would like that for, like, more games that I'm interested in, where it's just like, oh, this is just objectively the best option, and it will remain the best option forever, because everything about it is perfect. But, like, Go is old and popular, right? is it more like the Arena FPS community, where, like, everybody is on fucking 12 different versions of the same video game? Chinese client lets you pay to have AI recommend you moves during games. That's really funny. I definitely feel some type of way about FF14 letting you use, like, hints in like, ranked Mahjong matches. But then apparently some guy on the forums claims to have gotten to 9th Dan by just, like, repeatedly Suji trapping people who are clicking the hint tile, because the hint system will always tell you to discard Suji if you have Nogabutsu. And the idea of somebody doing that is just, like, it is both funny and gross to me that that is good at all. So I definitely feel like I've entered, like, the slop zone, where it's just like, okay, I'm gonna click on an event, and it's gonna be on a course, and then I'm gonna drive on that course, and then the event is over. And there's, like, no variation so far. Normal game AI, same stuff that makes the elites in Halo go wart and dodge your grenade. I fucking forgot how messed up Halo Firefight actually is, by the way. Like, even Heroic Firefight is kind of fucked up. I was playing MCC with some buddies. Because, like, hello, if you want a fucking... anything that superficially resembles a deathmatch game with any kind of controller versus, like, mouse parity, Halo is the one and only option. Unless, like, you're okay with the new stuff. And it's like, AI reviews is like... Isn't that kind of an inevitable thing to come out for, like, any fucking strategy game that has, like, discrete turns? We're not quite at the point where, like, Mahjong review tools are, like, better than professionals and completely opaque in the way that engines are. Because, like, chess analysis and a lot of the time is really just engine says X. I don't mean to disparage people who are, like, serious about that field. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. But, like, a lot of the time it really is just like, huh, this is a complex position, and we have, like, a handful of human heuristics that can, like, get us to the right way to, like, model it in our brains. But the engine has the correct move. Let's ask the Oracle, you know? FPS games with controller definitely feels kind of fucking crazy. In Halo, it's wild because, like, your ability to, like, track at mid-range determines, like, the outcome of almost all gunfights, especially in, like, game types with the precision starting weapon. And so just getting lasered by somebody who's touching the left stick but not the right stick never really feels like you're engaged with the same kind of task. Splatoon seems interesting. I wish I was, like, a little bit more visually compatible with that game and that its netcode was, like, not ass. I need to start playing some fucking FPS games on the Steam Deck and see how that treats me, because it's basically my best excuse to be, like, using fucking gyro controls. The N in Nintendo stands for not netcode. That's true. Ride in the rising sun. Cool. Oh, we're going to Mars. Yeah, we're going to Mars. Woo! Alright. I don't know if I want to worry about fucking bullshit individual parts right now. But you think Warzone is bad too, you're just playing the wrong input. It's a controller game. That turn's gotten me twice now. Probably need to take a different line. Man, if Super Boost ain't the fucking weirdest mechanic, I am crunching those walls, that's crazy. Play Neon White with gyro only. That's true. Fucking... I was thinking about it. I feel like I have some games transformed for me by the fact that I don't have the freedom to just put them down the instant that I'm not having fun. And maybe I was a little bit harsh on Neon White's actual, like, substantial gameplay because of that. Ow. My controller's buzzing like crazy at me. I kind of forgot that gyro aim was, like, good. Messed around with the fucking Alpaca controller and Kovacs for a bit. This weird fucking thing. Can I do this? Yeah. ¿Quieres? This is a cool controller, by the way. Fucking thing's got 2 gyro modules in it, and it's got, like, no dead zones at all. And it feels pretty good. Commits the cardinal sin of, like, fucking potentiometers for sticks instead of Hall effect modules, but oh well, maybe next revision. ALPAKKA. It's a weird 3D printed DIY thing. Shoutouts to Hamcha. It's a fun control method. Like, I champion mouse for shooters because it's the best tool for the job, but I don't actually like using it. Like, it doesn't spark joy. It's not fun the way that, like, a big joystick or a racing wheel is, you know? And also, increasingly in more and more games, it is not the correct tool for the job. Let's talk about rotational aim assist in fucking Call of Duty. That shit is amazing. Arena race. Sure, man. Like, I would rather die before, like, actually using a right stick for, like, camera control, for the most part. But probably only because I just, like, am proficient with a mouse and have experienced what it's like to be able to aim at things. Mouse does not spark joy, man. There's like... There's no physicality to it. I just feel like my arm interacting with the fucking edge of my desk rather than like the feeling of fucking acting and feeling it instantly reflected in the game world. I act and I have it like instantly reflected in like the tension of my muscles. I have never found that comfortable even as I get good. Hey, wait a second. This is a racing game where I have no visible opponents for 95% of events, and then just, like, talk about the act of mechanically controlling video games for 4 hours. This is the fucking same as the last one. It's another car game. Okay. You got it. Used to play S4 League on controller with X-Patter. X-Patter! That's fucking great. I remember using X-Patter for fucking Soku. Apparently X-Patter is still, like, the recommended way to hook up the controls on your fucking virtual pinball cabinet. I swear the VPin people are in, like, their own fucking universe. Like, it seems like a super cool hobby, and I'd like to learn more about it and maybe, like, build my own cab at some point. Because, like, I like pinball a little bit too much to not, like, engage with the physicality of it more than as a video game, but also, like, a broken table costs $5,000, and it won't even be, like, one of the good ones. It'll be like, hey, do you want to play fucking Roadshow? And then, like, have the giant terrifying talking heads break every 4th game, and have to, like, replace half of the coils. But yeah, like, pinballers are boomers to the core, and virtual pinballers are, like, there is no moral structure whatsoever when people talk about software for that shit. Deadass, it's like I installed 7 versions of Python. I got my colorized ROMs from some fucking guy by, like, using this Google custom search. I use X-Patter to hook up my fucking off-the-shelf parts from Radio Shack to, like, a simulator that still doesn't understand axis input. It's so hot. Build your own Gorgar. I would love to. And for that matter, I'm getting hit with the fucking Steam prompt right now. I'm getting hit with the Pinball FX. You've played an additional 50 hours. Would you like to revise your review? And I think to myself, yeah, I might, but it still won't be good. Because every time I boot up Pinball FX, I just realize that the input lag is, like, a lot higher than VPX for, like, no particularly discernible reason, even though my PC runs the game fine, which is apparently pretty uncommon in of itself. Just like, no, I need instant response. I need that physicality. I need the joy of hitting buttons that nobody seems to fucking talk about. That's why I'm playing One Finger Death Punch. We're eating junk food this month. How does Bride of Pinbot sound? The same. Bride still sounds like ass. Swords of Fury still sounds like ass. Party Zone sounds like ass, but Party Zone sounded like ass on hardware, so that's fine. The Lion Man Hurry Up is timed specifically so that you can shoot it badly once and miss, and then the game laughs at you. It's fucking great. Last Man Duel? Okay. Mondrian? Hold on, can I get Rainbow Squares? Oh yeah, this is epic. This is that fucking square camo. no one will see me in the dense fucking urban environment of the Pride Parade. Are you coming back to 14 for Dawn Trail, or are you gone forever on that one? I'm saving for a move, and probably I will just not buy Dawn Trail until that is over. I'd like to. I'm, like, curious what the fuck it is they're up to. With no substantial changes to, like, the formulas that I have personal grievances with, I don't expect that I will put a ton of time into 14, and definitely, like, I'm probably done progression rating in that game because it is just organizing 8 people that don't hate each other to perform a task is, like, the real Savage difficulty. 8 people's too many! Rabbit and Steel has fucking spoiled me when it comes to, like, the design of every RPG that puts combat into discrete, like, time-based steps. Because all you need to do is look at Druid and be like, oh, this is exactly what White Mage could be to be interesting to DPS with almost zero mechanical alterations to your healing kit toolkit. And it wouldn't change anything for the bad players because the bad players already done hit stun. Oh yeah, I think I might have to actually brake if I'm gonna super boost to that corner. Ah, that cute little effect where part of the fucking camera lens cracked as I made that contact. I noticed that at the corner of my screen, and I got, like, worried for a second. One thing I will say for the distinct, like, class of ship type of systems, for what it's worth, is that, like, upgrading to a new class feels like a big fucking deal, and you get, like, the speed hitting you all at once, which makes it feel a little bit more dramatic than the incremental upgrades. Speaking of incremental upgrades, I gotta check on Cookie Clicker. That's not like a bit. I've been thinking a lot about, like, extrinsic reward systems in video games and what the fuck they do to people's brains. Because I genuinely think that giving people an external reward for something they find, like, inherently rewarding can ruin that activity for them. You, like, lose your ability to connect with the innate enjoyment of the thing and, like, start connecting yourself with the fucking, like, scheduling of the external rewards instead. And that's scary. So anyway, I played a fucking SNES Pachinko game for, like, 30 minutes last night. I did the stupid Steam Deck emulator setup because I aspire to one day be able to fucking leave the Steam Deck docked in front of my fucking TV and just, like, have everyone in my house enjoy video games at their leisure without having to fucking configure an emulator ever again. Advanced cornering. Yeah, the thing about, like, 14 without raiding is that if you don't raid, there's fucking nothing to do in that game unless the default, like, content difficulty is, like, engaging to you. And, like, maybe the answer is just to pick the hardest job that I fucking can and get, like, a couple more months out of it that way. Like, learn Monk. Learn fucking something difficult. Finally play Black Mage. But that's, like, if all of the joy in the RPG comes from, like, the design of the fight that you're interacting with, that's a problem, right? Like, in a character-driven RPG, it should be innately fucking fun to just interact with your character. That's what keeps people invested long-term, I think. Trophy, fastest lap time. How about a short event? Fuck it. Give me that 40 power intercooler. Oh, they have different substats. I see. I understand. People have definitely found things to do with when not raiding. Moon crimes have gotten out of fucking control. Genuinely, like, the second invisible layer under FF14 that is fucking moon crime IMVU is crazy. Like, if you're into that shit, that's great. Genuinely quite glad you're having fun. I kind of, like, envy people who, like, don't immediately lock up when, like, presented with the possibilities to self-actualize in that way and then, like, go talk to people. That's cool. You guys are cool, for the most part. But, like, it's an entire invisible fucking layer under the game systems. And the social dynamics that creates are fucking, whoa, wait, these are fast enemy gamers. That's crazy, hold on. Yeah, these are fast gamers! What's going on? Am I, like, super under-geared for this event? You can hear me fucking mashing Hyper Boost. That's great. Ooh, that felt clean. The nightclub ads are, like, a little bit annoying, but I feel like people kind of overblow, like, it is literally just something that appears in your fucking chat box to announce that other people are having fun in a way that is, like, kind of weird to you. Like, I don't get fucking club venues, and I don't understand why it's called the RP scene when, like, by and large you are role-playing as yourself, but without social anxiety. But, like, people are having fun with it. And that can, like, exist parallel to the rest of the game without damaging it, I feel. Generally, I think the community is still super welcoming, and new players feel like they can fucking find their place in Eorzea and all that. And absolutely, the casual player base is, like, the vast majority of all fucking shitty behavior in FF14, but that's because the casual player base is the whole player base. And, like, when people point out, I wish healers did damage, or I wish tanks used mitigation, or I wish DPS did damage, you like that structure, that sentence? Like, that's a fine thing to wish if your belief is that, like, running dungeons quickly is, like, fun, that playing well is beautiful, and that, like, you enjoy that fucking, the way the combat flows when you're pushing it that far. But I get the feeling that most people who talk about that are primarily interested in just, like, getting their rolettes done with earlier, and, like, are agitated that people don't share their mindset about the way that combat works, when by and large FF14 has been very intentionally designed to give you zero feedback on your performance outside of, like, don't stand in the red most of the time. And it's like, it shouldn't be surprising that a game that's not particularly judgmental about your fucking performance can still attract people who, like, found something to measure and are now treating that measurement like it's the sum total of the game. Like, I've been playing Monster Hunter. I'm working on, like, pushing into Master Rank right now. And, like, Monster Hunter doesn't give a fuck whether I'm optimal. It, like, tells me that I killed the monster and that I won. And, like, whatever happens between quest start and, like, quest complete is between, like, me and Rajang, you know? So it was, like, strange for me to experience that after having experienced Monster Hunter kind of like through paratext, through people who are like super concerned about like high-end optimization and like talking about the exact ways to maximize every opening. It's like, no, wait, are we actually talking about the same fucking thing? Out of power range. Oh, I'm now too strong. I see. I've got to bring myself down or progress further. Oh, it's 300 to 400 up here, so that's why there was a little bit of a bump. For sure, for sure. Will you buy the FF14 tabletop and play it on stream so I can see if it's good? Okay, thanks. Are we talking like board game or like role-playing game? I haven't heard about this. If 14 has like a broad-scale community behavior issue, it is absolutely the like the social side of the player base being like plausibly deniably shitty to people and like kind of indirectly enforcing patterns of behavior that like make people into worse human beings in relation to each other. This is a very broad and vague way of me avoiding just complaining about fucking Discord again, by the way. Because genuinely I believe that a lot of the fucking issues plaguing large MMO communities can be, like, summed up as, like, fucking centralized siloed communication bad. Okay, that's pretty bad. Basically D&D 5e, but different. Interesting. I haven't read too much on 5e. Have you looked at motion values yet? Nope. I have kind of intentionally not looked at anything that tells me, like, what optimal DPS is. Because what I'm trying to develop first is, like, an understanding of how to use every tool that I have access to on Hammer. Because I feel like an understanding of how to use the tools needs to come before, like, the ability to select the correct tool. I feel like that baseline is important, that I want to be able to understand how to navigate the demands of an encounter physically before I, like, impose a lens of numbers onto it, if that makes sense. Not that I don't ever intend to, like, go for speed kills or anything in that game, or even that, like, I'm not interested in, like, playing my absolute, like, nutcase best in, like, groups. What the fuck? That's wild. But like I said, Monster Hunter has been very, like, relaxed about, like, making me feel like I need to be set up in a particular way or playing using particular tools. And I'm kind of meeting it on that basis, if that makes sense. It's like, alright, this is the intended way to play the game is to, like, beat the monsters up. And anything beyond that is, like, your own imposition onto the systems. And I'm trying to approach it that way before I get serious. Oh, lava damage. Right. Oops! Rajang's been really funny. I like... There are a couple fights in high rank where I step in and I'm like, oh, you're just gonna move around a lot, and that's, like, what's gonna happen to me. And monsters that, like, backstep 4 times into nothing and then do, like, a really confusing delayed tail swipe. I'll just say that, like, I think I'm up there for, like, bottom 1 percentile of, like, Water Strike users. I have absolutely no fucking idea what to do with myself. I am a mess. Also, I really wish melding would ever give me charms that have the skills that I ask for on them. But only because I just really want Wirebug Whisperer 3, and that's kind of my only aim in life currently. Wyvern riding seems like a fucking mechanic for 10-year-olds. But I also won't lie to you, I think, like, the incredibly forced procedural kaiju battles kind of fucking rock. I guess I'll play pretty conservatively with boost because, like, the heat damage is kind of fucking real. I'll just give it, like, light taps to, like, exit corners with. Whew. Yeah, that heat management seems a little scary. Oh god, I have to pitch. Ugh. That turn is gonna force me to do it, I think. I don't think there's another sensible way to approach that. I have to roll. Please regenerate. Thank you. I definitely feel some type of way about, like, my primary broad strategy basically just being like, hey, what if I, like, walked to the side when the monster looked at me and then, like, hit it with charged upswing? And that's, like, 95% of my fights, except for when I feel compelled to spam, like, every Silkbind attack because a monster's really tall and I need to hit it 20 times to see the hit stop. Rampage quests seem kind of weird. Apparently, like, according to Reg, those kind of just went away in Sunbreak because they were, like, sort of unpopular. And I definitely understand why that would be, but I don't mind them either. It's like an alright change of pace, even if it doesn't strike me as particularly, like, mechanically deep. And definitely it seems like... Oh my god, my brain just is not happy with that one. I'm gaining. I think, like, the rubber band is probably pretty intense, but... That specific jump is gonna be, like, a challenge for me. I can feel it already. What is he doing? What's up? Yeah, out then in there. Seems to be the way to do it. Clunk. Hello there. Kinda love the gravity noises. Oh, that guy fucking died. Maybe that should have been a tap of the brake, yeah. I think it's coming up. I'm being, like, completely cowardly with my boost at the moment. Just making absolutely no forward progress. Whoa! Okay. I definitely read ahead on, like, the wrong part of the course there. Oh, this is still lap 1. Oh my god, this is a fucking long course. That's the thing about Redout sometimes. It's hard for me to tell where the fuck I am. Death Egg is too long, by the way. I don't even know if I have an opinion on that. I just think it's really funny when Death Egg gets picked in an online lobby and then people vote to redo it. If you pitch up there, you can detach from that course and hit that upper road. Okay, I thought it might have been like the other half of the fork. Oh, I might burn to death. That was a really bad time to do what I did. Wow. Those sections actually have gravity pulling you right because you're sideways. I see. Kind of. Reminder to strafe in flight. Yeah, I got it. It's just like I don't have... I'm definitely hitting the strafe stick there, and I didn't feel like I had a lot of influence over my, like, overall trajectory. Probably I needed to course correct a little bit earlier, I'm guessing. It's definitely a little strange. Seems like I got plenty of course ahead of me, so... got some time to make that gap up. Yeah, I think the AI is pretty blatantly easing up on me back there, but I certainly won't complain. After a while, you get used to solving pitch one axis at a time. Yeah, that makes some sense. It's just I couldn't initially see where I was going, so I'm like, what axis do I solve when I don't know the final orientation of my craft yet? And by the time I worked it out, I say I couldn't see, but more likely is that I didn't see. A lot to take in. Ah, there's the section. Maybe next time. That's a pretty cute ending. Boosting helps, though. Yeah, that's probably the missing piece. Which kind of means that you need to, like, budget health and heat for those, which is interesting. There are some more hell jumps in later tracks, but this one's top 3. Excellent. Well, it seems like basically all I'm meant to be doing right now is the 300-400 bracket stuff, unless I want to take equipment off of my ship, which I kind of fucking just don't. Better ECS seems fine. Gravity, atmosphere, temperature, length. Yeah, fuck it, let's do 3-minute speed. Sounds fun. I fucking hate yellow exclamation marks. Show me my unlockables at the end of the session, please. I just dislike it when I feel pulled around by interface design. Maybe it's like a very selfish desire to just want to like zone in to like a single aspect of the game and not think about the other parts. Probably it makes some people who felt strongly about the unlock system a little sad. To me, incremental upgrades instead of like fucking class by class just seems like I enjoy it strictly less, and it's difficult for me to like empathize with people who feel differently. But like clearly the decision was motivated by something, and I'm not quite cynical enough to just say that it was like, hey, we need to shower the player an extrinsic reward to, like, compete with every other game that fucking does that. I am not quite cynical enough to say that, but generally speaking, I am not far. So, grain of salt. I do like what's here, though. I think, like, the heat system started clicking for me once I realized that, like, I don't know if this will stay true as I have different parts on, but definitely I feel like the system is distinctly nudging me through, like, the timing of health regen and heat degen to double boost at basically every opportunity and look for chances to do that versus like using boost in other ways. And while that's like a little bit less interesting strategy-wise on its face, the like heat demands of track damage zones and the boost demands of like some wild fucking jumps definitely seem to make it a little more interesting. Casual players who get turbo filtered? Maybe. This definitely doesn't strike me as like a game that is super concerned about improving its casual experience, though, given like the pitch mechanics. But then again, there's like a pretty aggressive assist system, so maybe you're just meant to be able to turn off those parts of the game and then like learn the core handling at like a continuous pace. I like stutter step difficulty a lot. I feel like a little bit of variation in texture rather than continuous like matched numbers going up does it for me a little bit better generally. You think of like your Diablos, where the stutter steps are defined by, like, did I just drop a fucked up item? Or, like, get to a cool keystone skill on my tree? Plus 2% stability? Wow! And it's like, not being able to individually feel any of the parts is what kills it for me, I think. Probably there are, like, I would expect that there are some interesting lateral choices to be made when you have, like, more of a full garage to play around with. But right now it's kind of just chilling. Like, definitely, forcing the player to budget resources for specific areas of track traversal in a way that is, like, not as direct as a resource gate, but is like a resource gate informed by the handling model. That's Ring Racers, baby! And I appreciate when other games ask that of people because it's a fucking interesting layer to add on to, like, fun core handling. Thinking about the track in more ways than just, like, what is the straightest line available to spend boost on? Oops. Didn't quite, that was a little early. I think this is pretty cool so far. I'm enjoying myself. But, like, as I enjoy myself and, like, kinda get into flow with regards to, like, controlling my craft, now that I've kinda settled in, it leaves the part of my brain that isn't operating the feedback system. It gives me room to wonder, like, hey, I played the original game and liked it a lot. I wonder what motivated this, and this. Like, that's a compelling question, right? Finish at 1250 kilometers or faster. That's an interesting bonus star that I didn't fucking read until I didn't have it. I'm just gonna tap Y, and then if it's not a part, I'm gonna, like, back out. That's what I'm committing to. Also, my PC is getting cooked much less dramatically than I expected. What if I turn off fucking super sampling or machine learning bullshit? The image is clearer, for sure. Frame rate's also definitely a bit worse. I suppose we'll leave that on for now. What else? I got motion blur turned off, hazard signs, subtitles, screen HUD, flight HUD, view distance, integrity alarm sound effects volume. Yeah! Let's get a streamer mode. Okay, say goodbye to this VOD, I guess. Input sensitivity, vibration strength. Rewind. Interesting. So it seems like standard boosting does eventually cap you out. Like, you stop gaining speed. So what we've effectively got here is like a racing game that asks me to keep 3 different meters regenerating at once, as often as I can. But then also, like, we'll put pressure on those meters when I make mistakes or enter certain sections of the course. That's, I would say, like, there's less of a direct, like, decision to button to action type of response than in, like, your F-Zeros. But it is, like, pretty obviously more compelling strategically. But I need to go fast. Whee! Random question I remembered. Is there any significance to the R1, R2, R3, R4 background on some of the Ring Racers backgrounds? I think probably some people have put that together already. But I won't talk about it here. I fucking love being cryptic. That's just because it's not my thing. That's all. What a bunch of secretive weirdos. Yeah. Like, no, but actually, yes. I have a ping. People have been so fucking nice to me on the Ring Racers OST uploads. That's ridiculous. That's like the music reception. Oh, I forgot to check the actual ping. Fucking damn it. The music reception has been so nice. That's been like, that's keeping the smiles going. This is the tag yourself Lamau post. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Elite. Man. I should actually brake. I don't think I've used the brakes with intent a single time this entire session. There would have been good, but I didn't know that when I made that turn. I thought I would be fine. I guess I'm feeling a little bit of stair-step difficulty from the AI here because, like, I moved up a performance bracket while not moving up in performance by a bracket. So races got easier, way harder. But, like, the way that my craft Okay. The way that my craft performs didn't really noticeably change at any point. Yeah, go ahead and beep at me. I might actually die. Well, that definitely doesn't help. I don't know where the lava zones are, guys, help! Maybe I should just make a point of, like, stopping the burn early everywhere on Mars. Because all you have to do is not be overheated, and I don't think those sections can actually, like, hurt you in any substantial way. So of course I'm going to double boost after this guy. But I'll, like, cut it short a little bit, so that I have some reserve HP in case something fucking weird happens. Whee! Stole your lap, got your nose. Fucking die. Yeah, I finally booted up fucking Necrodancer. It's a game. Genuinely feels more like a fucking puzzle game than either a roguelike or a rhythm game to me. But it is probably good that the out-of-the-box experience is very, very lenient about things like beat detection. And it really is just kind of like, what if NetHack had a GCD? Can't be any worse than Forza Motorsport. Forza Motorsport, yeah, Forza Motorsport was way worse. I actually completely fucking forgot about that. How, like, unusually bad that game was at, like, running on a PC that has, like, fucking a radiator and shit in it. Like, my machine is not top of the top end, but, like, it's better than almost everything, I would say. Like, in the case of video game workloads, it is kind of fucking hard to beat the 5800 X3D without, like, using the other chip with 3D in the name, but the bigger number. Which honestly doesn't even make a fucking difference at 1440 in the first place. By the way, shoutouts to Ultrawide. Fucking streaming is wild, right? Horizon 5 being the easy, comparatively very easy Forza to run is crazy. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty lenient, all things concerned. I remember my old fucking PC back in Cali having a real rough time with, like, Horizon 4. And so seeing this thing, like, crush the fuck out of Horizon 5 is really funny. Actually, that reminds me. So, like, I remember fucking Horizon 4 was the first game I saw in HDR, and it looked, like, fucking gorgeous on our TV out there. But when I try to get the Steam Deck to, like, output sensible HDR, like, even shifting the thing into HDR mode fucks up everything. Like, all of the colors look kind of fucked up and wrong, whether the game is in SDR or HDR. And I haven't done, like, much research into that because I figured it was just going to be a really annoying fucking hole. But, like, I was eventually going to look into it. 7% thrust, but minus 3% top speed. Wowie, oh boy! HDR support on Linux just willed itself into existence less than a year ago. Yeah, makes sense. Could also be my dock having shitty HDMI or something, because I know there's fucking 4 different versions of HDMI. I don't even know what I have hooked up in terms of cables. So. Streamer mode, where are you now? Yes, I would like one kick drum, please. I haven't decided how I feel about Necrodancer yet. I definitely want to give it more time, but nothing about it is, like, specifically grabbing me other than the idea of, like, I want to understand the way this is designed better. I was definitely a little bit disappointed to find meta progression, but apparently all stages turns off the meta progression anyway. So it's like, fucking what? Okay. I guess that's fine. Optional meta progression. Huh. I did not actually think I'd ever seen anyone who was excited about roguelike meta progression until I went to the Rabbit and Steel Steam discussion forums and saw a bunch of people arguing about how roguelikes are about having broken builds, and so the game should have, like, shop rerolls and increased base haste and stuff like that. And I'm like, can we normalize just calling things slot machines even when they're not slot machines? Can we just be inaccurate because it would make me happy personally? I'm fucking... The pick 1 out of 3 item synergy roguelike template bugs me. But it's fine. It ain't for me, and I respect that. Some people just want something to entertain them. I'm biting it back. You guys don't know how hard it is. It's so hard being a streamer and not expressing shitty opinions constantly, I assume. I did play Vampire Survivors. I decided that my owning a Steam Deck was the end of not engaging with things that I was, like, convinced that I wouldn't like. Because, like, I have been wrong about my own tastes before. I was wrong about my own tastes several times during the development of Ring Racers, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit. So I'm like, alright, fuck it, let's open Vampire Survivors, and it just made me feel kind of unhappy. I'd like to think that I gave it the best shot that I could. I just sat down on the couch and I got myself a fucking nice drink. And a fucking cozy, like, quilt. I got a quilt! That's the level of goodwill that I give games. I got a fucking quilt! And it's just like, nah, it's... That didn't do it. This does not spark the joy. I'm into some aspects of the sound design for sure. Water! I wonder if this dampens heat usage. If it does, it's not by that much. What I'm realizing is that I want to play more Void Stranger on my own time, but because I've already committed to the streamed playthrough, I, like, don't want to make any progress off screen. Because Void Stranger... And, like, I've talked with Eve, and Eve agrees with me about this, about, like, yeah, just fucking fire it up and do, like, 1 or 2 rooms on the Steam Deck. Sure. I think being in one room, doing multiple things, fucks with your brain. Like, you can't sleep and work and play in the same space. The rat brain doesn't respond correctly to that. You need to have a separate space for those 3 activities. Not everyone can handle peak. True, true. The thing that makes me feel the slimiest about Vampire Survivors isn't any of the mechanics, it's that animation of gems falling down the screen. They really fucking turn it up for, like, hey, what are you getting out of this box? And it's like, wow, I have nothing to do but look at these effects and appreciate how, like, genuine the attempt to manipulate my emotions is in this moment that I am trapped in Amber 4. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much. It's like, fucking what am I meant to do? I'm just here. And it's like, I fucking almost 100%ed Hollow Cure while I had COVID. Sometimes you just need something that doesn't demand a lot of you intellectually or morally. It's just like, I like roguelikes. Oh, like Binding of Isaac? No! I like horde shooters. Oh, like Hollow Cure? Only sometimes. Old thing must remain old thing. Because infusions of new thing added to old thing make synthesis thing more like slot machine, and progression towards slot machine in all aspects of game design make Grug concerned for future of humanity. Make Grug concerned for people who primarily take this in uncritically as the most substantial parts of their media diet. Sound like someone who plays shmups. I have horrible news for you. Play Mechanics, by the way. Mechanics is so fucking good. Mechanics is one of the best games I've ever played at capturing, like, the feeling of an intensely physical, like, chaotic struggle. It is, like, constantly sitting on the edge of your ability to control it. It is masterfully tuned and really fucking fun to look at and listen to. It's fucking good. It's not even a slot machine. It's only a little bit of a slot machine. I want to play a modern COD again, for sure. I had enough fun with fucking Cold War, despite, like, kind of feeling the sliminess from the progression systems, that I don't feel comfortable dismissing, like, modern shooter design out of hand. I have definitely determined that Valorant isn't for me. I feel like I gave it more than the requisite shot, and I think tac shooters are just, like... they're not the thing that I'm looking for when I sit down and want to have fun, but they're also not the type of challenge that, like, makes it easy for me to feel satisfied analyzing it. I gotta fucking actually solve pitch instead of just, like, crashing into that over and over again. Would have told you to play Phantom Forces a year ago, but I'm too morally opposed to Roblox now. Are we automatically complicit in, like, microtransaction child labor? By virtue of, like, installing Roblox and, like, playing a Sound Voltex clone? This is the sort of thing that ethical consumption under capitalism is supposed to excuse me from thinking about, right? We needed you on the Premiere team for Valo, bro. I've still got it installed! I still think Clove is just the sweetest little thing. And I will never be able to play that character, so it's probably fine. But, like, the things that are sitting in between me and my ability to, like, feel connected to my actions in Valorant are difficult. I think I have a personal weak point when it comes to, like, very opaque strategy games. And definitely, like, the aspects of strategy that exist in Valorant are obfuscated behind a bunch of layers of, like, variance at both the execution level and the design level, where you're, like, playing with a lot of hidden information and outcomes are very difficult to control, even if, like, you're in a relatively narrow situation with, like, a relatively small amount of hidden information, just because, like, shooting guns is hard and they don't, like, go where you point them sometimes. And definitely people are shitty to me in that game a lot, too. Like, if I could disable all communication instead of just voice, it would probably be more comfortable for me to just, like, grind. Bro just described Mahjong low-key. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's some truth to that. I wonder what the operating difference is for me then. Boink. Definitely when I sit down and play Mahjong, like, physically, I enjoy, like, manipulating the tiles. I think they are satisfyingly hefty and, like, make pleasing clicking noises when I place them next to each other. And when I shoot a gun in Valorant, I want to fucking kill myself. So, like, there's that. That definitely doesn't account for Sims, but, like, I mean, you've seen the Mahjong client that I choose to play on. I could play on Mahjong Soul, or Ricci City, or Tenho, but I play on that one. And I play on that one for a pretty specific and easy to understand reason, which is that it's really fucking fun to look at and listen to. And it's like, hey, those are allowed to be parts of design we consider. Aesthetics matter. Ow. Flashbang when someone gets Yakuman wronged. I am about to write, like, I'm gonna adapt Orange Star's assisted troubleshooting for me with Luxris Sega NetMJ so that I can get more people onto this fucking client on Steam Deck. I might actually have to register a new account and like write an up-to-date English guide for how to like get registered and navigate the interface. Because I think it's a really good client. But also, all the time I spend doing that could be spent like writing a client that is all the good things about Sega MJ, but like with none of the slime, you know? Like, let's be real, Mahjong is explicitly a gambling game. It has variants that you have, like, no meaningful strategic input on when it happens. Like, you're playing a pretty narrow slice of the game. I wonder if I can still get gold here. That's a lot of points. Okay, and points per second are not, like, allocated to you per second. They count up at a rate, so you don't need to be above a certain speed for a certain amount of time to get your points. Just reaching that speed is enough, because it ticks pretty frequently. Yeah, shoutouts to fucking Mechawritz for having 3 final bosses, by the way. The final boss, the true final boss, and the true final boss. And both of those fights are, like, so bombastically above fucking curve relative to, like, everything else in the game that basically the bulk of all scoring in Mechawritz is how many resources you can take through those fights without fucking dying. It's so sick. Hidden info games are tough, because that's why I don't like StarCraft, but I like CS and stuff. I was reading that old series of posts about the guy who's fucking worker rushing people in bronze in StarCraft 2. And, like, that's got some old internet gamer words in it, but it is an excellent series of posts if you want to, like, look at the way people react when they lose to what is pretty objectively the worst available strategy in StarCraft 2 because they don't know how to do anything. Like, the way people choose to engage with that interaction is like, oh, just strategy games have been the same forever. If I win, it's my fault, and if I lose, it's your fault. Lower strafe, increased steer. See, that's like that's the sort of decisions where it's like, if I was getting to make like big, broad decisions about that weren't like, that didn't have strict vertical components to them, I think that would be pretty neat. I feel like a lot of games with vertical progression could do without it, and like expose players to more interesting and meaningful choices faster. But I wonder how many people immediately find it less compelling without number going up, and like how much that should matter. The speed events must have been dramatically touched up, because they have like died with absolutely zero resistance or manual like play adjustments at any time. I did a pitch adjustment, Mom. Be proud of me. Anyway, I might now burn to death. Oh, I fucking forgot it's left. I might still be fine, actually. Maybe we just keep going. I think a game being fun to watch is important for reasons other than, like, marketing on Twitch. But because, like, a game being enjoyable to watch is, like, if it's competition-focused, competition being legible and engaging to interact with as a spectator is the thing that turns people into competitors. If a game is, like, engaging and beautiful when played by its strongest players, you naturally want to aspire to that in a way that, like, a system of, like, precious metal rankings is never going to give you that drive. You might get something that superficially looks like it, but it'll be worse for you. Please stop beeping at me, I promise I'm fucking fine. Might die, though. Like, literally, I thought I was good at Super Smash Bros., and then I watched Isaiah vs. 358, and I went, oh my fucking god, this game looks so sick. I didn't use those words because I was like a dumb teenager at the time who like didn't have a personality cobbled together out of other people's remote personalities. And I just like said words. I'm not actually convinced there was any like deep internal life taking place there. I think maybe I was just like a collection of nerve cells. But I said something like, this game is so fucking sick. We ever do the advanced cornering tutorial? I did not. You think that's worth going back and doing? Redout Academy, ship power, track conditions, advanced cornering. This has some stuff in it. This is an 80-point hull. Okay. Oh yeah, rewind and respawn. I literally don't know about this mechanic, so maybe I should fucking click on this. Okay, let's save my old loadout and just, like, step the hull down. And see if it lets me in. Okay, so that's where I see those numbers. That fucking sucks. I don't like having to do that. Alright, let's see it. Goodbye. What the fuck? That's a pretty good bit. That is an extremely funny way to teach about that, is just to kill the player on turn 1. Yeah, Vertex is like their virtual environment stuff. Are there any penalties for fucking using this? Huh. Interesting. There's a little infinity. Okay, rewinds are unavailable for time attack and speed events. High game difficulty limits or prevents rewinds. I see. Hey, wait a second. This is honestly more disorienting than just fucking trying to drive. I've never really felt, like, sure about how to fucking model this mechanic in my head. People get really shitty about repetition whenever it's used as a major design element in a game. And I don't. I think repetition is cool and based, and asking the player to perform as if they've mastered something under pressure is like the fucking shit. It's like, we have removed more friction from the experience, and I'm like, but the friction is the game, though. But, like, probably it's fine, right? Fucking whatever. I will quickly take a look, though, at game difficulty. Game difficulty 0. Chill, Pilot, Redout, Master Nightmare. Hey, wait a minute, we did Master Nightmare, or we were going to, except fucking Nightmare didn't fit on the menu. Game difficulty Redout. Was I on Pilot before? I genuinely have no idea where I was. I hate having the option. I really dislike it. I get so nervous, guys. Why did I do that voice to represent an opinion I actually have? What the fuck is... What did I do to myself? Let's play advanced cornering. Okay, so now I gotta... God, this blows. This is so stupid. I've turned myself into the soy jack. How could you? Certain corners need pitch to navigate around, okay. It's like you can start boosting before your health is fully refilled. Strafing into light bends is better than steering. Got it. I just braked. That was pretty gross. Spin. Okay. We got some fucking spirals in this shit. I guess I already have the gold time. I have not yet seen a platinum medal, which I assume means either that they don't exist or that they are, like, super fucking cruel. We had no means of doing, like, consistent platinum part-times for Ring Racers because we wanted it to be just a fight with the highest ghost. So we kind of deliberately structured things so that platinums were, like, never required for anything. But I think, kind of like Sealed Stars, there is an issue with people seeing them before their, like, level of expertise is ready for them on net. And, like, getting anxious about how they fucking relate to the system. Oh, that was pretty cute. A new hull for a tutorial on track surfaces. Sure, man. This isn't stars in the right career category, but who gives a fuck, I guess. I need more stuff. I need things. I need to collect physical objects. Magnets don't work well on terrain, making your ship bouncier and... What? Well, why is that happening? Okay. Running on water reduces grip but increases heat dissipation. Water increases drag but helps cool your ship. I guess this is how they've implemented the tutorial slowdown. But, like, I'm trying to feather the accelerator, so it comes off as a little strange. Okay, so heat areas. Heat dissipation increases while braking. Cool. Information. Icy segments are great for cooling your ship, but you'll lose grip. See, I want to, like, fucking feather the accelerator, but the game just, like, stops time when I do that. How strange. It's not a big deal, it's just a fucking tutorial. I am missing the gold time by a fair amount, though, so I'll need to fucking pick it up for lap 2. That is some pretty quick heat loss. Oh, I think I need to cancel because I'm about to fucking lava. Quit bugging me, I'll be fine. I'm 7 seconds ahead? That's funny as fuck. Alright. The achievement is not called Easy Game, Easy Life. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Why did you do that? That was so gratuitously unnecessary. Yeah, more cosmetic parts. Oh boy, more numbers. So my motivation right now is I want to blitz the early parts of career as quickly as possible so I see what this game is like at top end. Actually, I feel like I might have the ability to just do that. Let's go out to the main menu and see what the fuck arcade is. Alright. That's cool. You have game mode options, time attack, race, arena race, LMS, speed, boss, training. Huh. Alright! We got arcade loadouts. Holy absolutely fucking what? Oh, all the tracks are traversable reverse? That's fucking hot. Alright. That's... Woo! Alright, okay. That's some pretty sharp strafing, actually. Oh yeah, I'm into it. Wee! Oh, I've ruined it for myself. I'm gonna be thinking about this whenever I play career now. Oh, why did I do this? It's pretty hot, though. Feels very nice. to just fucking counter-strafe through that. Hello, Orange Star. Thank you for your help with Sega MJ. I've now become, like, a more distracted person because I can just play it on the couch whenever I like, instead of, like, dealing with phone. Yep, I'm gonna be thinking about that specific section of track for the next 20 hours while I do career, I guess. Fuck. Let me, like, give this a nudge. Looking for an unranked race to join, and then the game pops a fucking firewall prompt. Okay, so I got in. Is it bots? I have no idea. First step into a larger world. Alright. Yeah, let's play an Asura ship, sure. Ready up. First player ready is first on the starting grid. That is the funniest fucking incentive ever. That's really good. It's like, sure, we'll do a long timer and wait for people to fucking load in, but like, let's pick it up. Let's get fucking going. So I'm gonna be sight reading this track with like a maxed ship, or I assume like pretty close to maxed. I don't know how many people who are playing this are actually, like, any good at it. I wouldn't expect many of them to be. Especially considering this, like, went free pretty recently. Alright, let's see how this plays. Either the netcode's really bad or I'm the only person here who knows how to fucking boost. Whoa. Okay. Probably should have boosted out of that. Yeah, that guy's now fucking completely gone. And looking very stuttery. Okay. I guess so, huh? Maybe I'll just peer it back. Alright, so online was... I mean, do I try again? I guess I probably should, right? You can continue playing. Sure. It's like, we're getting games quickly. I don't know if it's, like, fake players or something. But, like... You will join last when ready. Wait! What?! I got backfilled into a race in last place with first place 36 kilometers ahead. Why can this happen? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Is 36 kilometers just less than I expect at this speed? Ow. Perhaps not. I think I'm definitely gonna have to do a little bit of work to, like, attain the speeds that I need. Might just stick to regular boosting for a bit here. Definitely underwater grip is gonna be something to get used to. That's 4th place. Which means that we're getting lapped, I think? This said unranked, which implies the existence of ranked, and that's interesting. I guess the race is only fucking 20% complete, so, like, the extent to which anyone can be ahead is sort of innately limited. Definitely, I don't expect to be able to make a lot of progress here because I'm, like, not very good and don't know the course. I like that bright-ass leading line even through, like, the super fucking dark water. That is a big help. Kind of slamming into everything, though. Alright, it's like a 4-minute lap. It's a 12-minute race, huh? Maybe, like, less that a little bit. 20 seconds off, so 11 minutes. I definitely feel like the pitch intensity here, staying lined up, is some wild and crazy shit. Oh yeah, there was basically no hope there. I think I fucked that up way earlier in the process. But, like, I get to go fast down a large tube, so... everything's good in the end, baby. Just unapologetically braking for those. At my current level of skill, boost usage definitely feels a lot less rigid than Redout 1. Didn't make it to the last set of challenges because the lap counts up growing until it was like 8 to 10 minutes per challenge. Yeah, I love Gran Turismo. Yeah, I'm kind of just boinking off every wall here. Wait a minute. So it's not a 4-minute lap. Something horrible just happened. Also, I think we're about to get voided out because the leader finished. That is a fucking wild experience to DNF everyone. And then there's no option to continue in the session? Huh. I expected to be able to, like, stay with the group, but the only action I could take there was the A button, according to the control legend, and the only thing it offered me was, like, cancel or leave multiplayer. So that's interesting. There's no continuous lobbies. That's really bad, right? Like, that means very bad things if you can, like, both be fucking thrown into a race that's already going in last place, and that you can't play with a continuous lobby. Is this a weird thing to be concerned about? Huh. Alright. It looks really dark in my room, but I swear it's not, I promise. See, like, it's fine. I have a face, I promise. I have lighting behind my desk for this specific purpose. So I guess this is also a loading screen. How we doing today? This is a pretty sour initial net play experience, I gotta say. I'll probably, like... Maybe it's rough because there's a bunch of new people coming in from the free stuff. You will join last when ready. Wait. It said I was gonna early join on the prompt to join the session, but then I took so long to load in, like 50 times longer than I've ever taken to load, and then I got backfill placed. That's fucking strange, huh? Alright. What? Whoa! Oh! Wait a minute. That's my respawn point. That's what happens when I hold B. So, maybe if I, like... Oh, I can't overheat because I have my safeties on. I can't overheat because I have safeties on, and respawn puts me back here. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We gotta go to... It's under gameplay, right? I have to go to gameplay settings and disable my overheat safety, and then overheat. I see. Was I not interacting with track elements there either? Like, I wasn't... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not ready for prime time yet. I don't feel particularly bad about leaving a session that placed me in 4th place after taking 2 minutes to load, and then put me into an invisible box inside of the apex of a corner, and then penalized me for exploiting when I got out. I think I would rather just do something else currently. Whew. Okay. That's a really bad first netplay experience. Oh. Was that my fault somehow? Did I do something strange? I feel like I was attempting to play normally. Okay. It brings me some fucking solace that other developers also struggle with net play stability the way that we do. It's like, yeah, man, it's It's a hard problem, I'm not sure what to tell ya. Networking fucking blows ass and players do weird things all the time. I expected this to feel really slow by comparison, but thankfully I spent very little of my netplay experience actually driving, so I don't really have like accumulated muscle memory. Oh, should I turn my safeties back on? Are they actually already on? Okay, cool. Very interesting. I don't know if it's been said yet, but does the wheel actually work in this game? I'm curious. I'm sure it can be made to work, but the purpose of the wheel is for force feedback, really. So, like, in games without force feedback, I'm not super interested in using it currently. Maybe that's like a weird take, but it seems more like a novelty in that situation. Whoa, what happened to my frame rate? Whoa. The game is suddenly performing very, very badly. It's stabilized a bit. I wonder if the Redout AI plays fair and actually, like, drives. Definitely, it seemed to have some trouble staying on the track earlier, so it seems likely that it's closer to fair than most. It is doing things that are more like driving. This is a pretty open-ended handling model, so it would surprise me if the AI was capable of being strong while, like, playing completely by the rules. Without, like, a lot of fucking very detailed hand setup navigation information. I can't see where I'm landing in that situation. It's a little rough. It's like a pretty placid jump, so I don't think it matters much, but it did make me kind of anxious. Cool. Yeah, like, the game drives great. It's just, like, maybe I'm not going online again for a bit. Maybe give that some time to fucking cook. Wait, but Redout 2's been out for a long time, right? So it's possible that the online has just been this the entire time. That would be, yeah. Oh well.
My
Video games
thoughts
are hard
turn
to
towards
make.
everything that has not yet happened.
This
Wrote scientist
is a
Richard
fucking
Logan,
environment.
fleeing from the climate catastrophes of the Water World War alongside his mystical community. Isolated for centuries and unaware of the Exodus Project, this small technological community used the nearby mountain's natural anti-gravity phenomena to survive above the clouds.
Alright, I dig it.
This makes them the only true lineage of terrestrial humans left.
And they built a bunch of fucking wacky sky islands connected with fucking anti-grav railroads. I'm here for it, that's sick. Whoa, the fucking post-processing in that area was pissed off. Alright, follow the rings, I suppose. Whoa, okay, pitch down. Aw. Definitely just fucking went somewhere else. Oh yeah, I wonder if Redout difficulty still lets me use rewinds. boosting right up to the heat limit and then backing off when your health is regenerating versus like burning into your hull when like your health is already full. It's that delay on health regeneration that makes the system like a little bit toothier, I guess. It's a little strange. Whoa, okay. Yeah, man. This is pretty neat, yeah. This is definitely a neat looking game. They absolutely delivered on like, we're gonna do fucked up looking tracks again. Not doing a very good job of managing my heat right now. It's a good sound for perfect landing. Probably speed retention in the air is pretty good, right? That's probably why that crazy pass worked. Probably should have burned a little bit more aggressively there if I was going to end up super boosting here anyway. Woo! Absolutely, the feeling of speed is present, and I feel like that's unavoidably tied into the handling model feeling pretty weighty. That's like the soul of a lot of good fucking racing games, and anti-grav racers especially. Just the feeling of being barely in control. Slipping out of control for like microseconds. Land here? Not if I don't know how to fucking steer. Hey, look at that gradual turn. Look at how clean that was. Needed to pitch there as well. Or roll. The other one. Yeah. AI started gaining on me as soon as I fucking brought myself into that wall. That's a little scary. Does braking automatically cancel boost? Oh, I could have just fucking went flat out. Alright. That is a cool-ass layout. I'm here for it. Definitely stronger than everything in this bracket. Fucking weird difficulty. Complete previous event to unlock. Okay, so we're letting it rock through all three of these. All three times. You gotta. This color scheme is fucking horrible. I do kind of like bubble sort. I'm one of the assholes who will probably like just click on the thing that looks like a topographical map because it's cool. I resisted that urge with my Gram though. Fucking oh yeah, speaking of, I guess I should like. Can I clip my own stream for this? I had the fucking ambience into the Gram today, and I guess I'll just like, I gotta click play on my own stream and then just like hit some buttons. And then on the desk. And then we hit the clip button. Wow, that's a full screen window. Hello there. I had the fucking... Don't play my voice back at me. No. Okay, my keyboard input is running at 1 FPS because Redout 2 is very greedy. Click that fucking stream off. Window Dump was curious about the sound of those switches, so I hit the buttons a few times. Because it kind of bugs me how loud my controller is in, like, advent calendar footage sometimes. Nah. I feel like the design intent of Rewind reads to me like it's like, we want people to be able to make it through the campaign the first time they try every event. And if I can get through every event the first time, immediately the framing changes from, like, challenge to overcome to, like, list of chores that needs to be tackled before the game, like, gives up the goods. Like, you combine that with the vertical progression, and it just, like, breaks my brain. Something real bad happens to me. Does that, like, make sense? Is that ridiculous? It's like, obviously you're here for the joy of driving. Fucking operating the craft is fun. That's, like, the central appeal. You should be able to, like, keep yourself tapped into that. But I feel like the framing of the progression structure is, like, distracting me from that. Probably not at an all-time high for, like, most articulate living human. It does, but you could also just say you like getting hit in the shins with a baseball bat sometimes. It's to prevent you from just moving forward! I don't understand what's so confusing about this design principle. You combine frictionless experience with vertical progression, and it's like, it's no longer handing out rewards that make me more powerful. It's spending time to become more powerful, which to me feels like an important distinction of framing. I definitely misread that sign. Whoops. I definitely already kind of, like, blocked out the overhead signage, like the little Mario Kart Super Circuit, like, Sega Rally style slide-in signs. Like, I stopped looking at those a while ago, I realized, and I'm not really sure why, because it seems like they should be helpful to me, but they just, like, slip right over me. Alright, WRG Tourney. Let's see that new color scheme. Precisely as advertised. Get in the space shuttle. I said earlier I, like, played a SNES Pachinko game for half an hour, I don't mean that I, like, pre-committed to playing it for half an hour to try and, like, understand what the theoretical core appeal was. I mean that I was, like, kind of begrudgingly engrossed in, like, exploring the different machines on offer. Don't fucking blow up. Don't fucking blow up. God damn it! Ah! I'm alive. Alright, that was pretty sick. Wait, I fucking forgot how this works again. God damn it, this one jump. The spin on that was pretty incredible, I would say. Wait a minute, can I just, like... Can I rewind through a death? That's fucking funny. Sure. Alright, welcome to your ship burning to death simulator. Oh, you too, huh? Alright, maybe it's better to just do this. And I'll, like, commit to rewinding that jump until I, like, kind of get it. The Red-Out Strafe Stick is just such a fucking fun handling system to play around with. Oh, what a neat game. Anyway, I fucking exploded. Well, how about this? Can I go back to before I made the decision to do this? Now I have a visible rewind stock, and also I still went to max heat anyway. That's fucking funny. I definitely thought I could just, like, regular boost, but then I forgot that, like, the other boost was still active. You can retain a surprising amount of speed through that, just through, like, clean, gentle turning. Nice. Wasn't fast or particularly clean, but it was, like, non-lethal, which seems like a pretty substantial improvement. Limited rewinds already changes the system so much for me. Like, that's a way to ease up on punishment without, like, destroying it completely. Definitely when thinking about, like, your classic rewind mechanic, I kind of have Forza brain. And Forza is, like, a series that has absolutely no animating principle when it comes to, like, difficulty or progression structure. It's just like, hey man, play however you want. And it's like, fuck you, man, I didn't fucking buy your game to design it for you. Tell me what to do. Tell me what's expected of me and what's reasonable. Guide me through the learning process with appropriate challenges. Do you like game design, please? Like, if you are going to present me with a vertically oriented career mode, do those things. If you are Gran Turismo 4, do whatever you want. This is absolutely a case of flirting versus sexual harassment. Now you're like right on my ass, huh? I don't know how I gained 100 meters in that turn, but... like, sure, I guess. And I guess I'll make a point of leaving some health and heat in reserve. But, like, actually this time, instead of just saying that I will and then not. It's like the game doesn't acknowledge... if the game doesn't acknowledge you at all for not taking the path of least resistance, then, like, you look at it and you go, the path of least resistance is intended play. I was given this tool because the designers intend for me to use it, and then you use it like the designers presumably intended because they gave you unlimited access to it, and then the game just isn't very fun. And it's like, huh, how did that happen? How curious. I think it's that signage. Like, I read that signage and I go, like, this is the game telling me what direction down is? And that's just not what that signage is doing there. Like, even a little bit. But I see those signs way quicker than I see, like, the actual flat portion of the course. Oh my god, I'm a mess. I just tried to, like, impulsively boost out of there, and it just did not happen. I think this is still, like, absolutely I can make it up. Just as long as I don't, like, die again. I'm taking lava damage. Whoa. That's it. That's over. All right. Really, this entire stream has been, like, building up but never quite arriving at the fucking 7.5-hour rant Sona video essay about how, like, numbers going up is not the soul of video games, which is a fucking objectively ridiculous thing to say because numbers going up is, like, the only thing that has remained consistent about video games forever. Who put this gambling in my amusement product? Bro, who put the amusement product in the gambling? Fucking understand where these things come from. Numbers going up is good if the number starts at 0 every time. I, too, play insert your favorite shmup here. I too play Touhou 10 Mountain of Faith. That's probably not correct. Redout difficulty is pushing me quite a bit harder. I'm wondering if I should go back to Pilot and just, like, play with a little bit less push and more of, like, that open mode experimentation mindset than, like, trying to win. What do you find more fun, Tyron? I don't know! Someone please tell me! Sinker, it's so good it has 3 numbers go up. Damn. That's like 3 times as many numbers as 1 number. We call that layered mechanics. What? Can I just, like... Ooh. That's, like, definitely not the direction that I thought I was traveling in. Is this a sensible place to use this? Probably not. Do I genuinely just hold it for straightaways? Do I actually use it like an intelligent person instead of a fucking FF14 playing, like, cooldown optimizer? Couldn't be. The intuitive approach is always correct. What if the game was about making the number of numbers go up, go up? Okay, you're gonna fucking love this. Google Hypergame. I promise it's not, like, a kink thing. It's, like, the most honest incremental game I've ever seen in my entire life. Two words, I believe. I really should check my cookie clicker. Hey, that was, like, almost good. Check that out. I still got passed because I, like, took a ridiculous path, but... that was, like, almost something. No, not quite. That's not the control that you hit to pitch up. I definitely hit the brake instead of boost there, too. I'm just, like, so fucking... operating the controls in the air when I have to, like, to physically shift my hand position to operate pitch control is, like... or a fucking roll. Why do I keep saying pitch? God damn it. I'm not a fucking astronaut! That's bad. A balanced challenge for most players with experience in AG racing. Let's do that. It put me on fucking pilot difficulty by default. I am happy to stay there. You get 5 rewinds, huh? Is very much a no boost zone. Yeah, I realized that I didn't rewind far enough, and that I had already activated the boost, and I just, like, tried to slap it to cancel when I resumed, and obviously that did not happen. Like, it canceled, but it kind of didn't help because the vehicle was already moving in that direction. Oh my god, what a mess. Hello, Rodriguez. Nope. There's a boost pad on its entry in reverse. It's devious. That's kind of funny. Literally just seeing where the track is there is like a significant portion of the challenge for me. I'm having some tough times working out the visuals for sure. That was probably not the best place or time to double boost, but I like it when the number next to my position tracker is 1 instead of numbers that aren't 1. Hope this helps explain my racing strategy. This was a terrible choice. Fortunately, if you cancel it early, you, like, get a fair amount, quicker recharge. Just, it's not all expended. Especially at higher speed classes, it's probably more about targeting specific areas to double boost in and making sure that, like, you maximize your speed outside of those key sections. Then just, like, slap it because the cooldown is up. I'm also going to try to pull my eyes up a little bit more and watch the signage. I think definitely when you're in, like, the finer cornering adjustment frame of mind, it's easy to, like, let your eyes snap back down to your ship when they really need to be, like, pretty far up the course. That's a skill that I don't know I've ever seen a game, like, attempt to teach. Is just the ability to, like, look at the right section of your screen. But having talked with some people who are struggling with, like, readability and ring racers, and, like, curious to, like, compare notes on our experiences, I realized that's genuinely, like, something that people never even think to do sometimes. And it's like, how would you teach that in a structured way without just telling someone to do it? Like, do I need the Live 2D Navigator to remind me to keep my eyes ahead of me? It would probably work. I'm pretty well documented as, like, really liking women. And, like, as a teaching tool, developers should take note of people who are similar to me. Tennis instructors telling us to keep our eyes on the ball. See, that one's wild because, like, literally what the fuck else would you be doing in tennis, right? So the fact that that skill needs to be taught is like, oh, we're just kind of bad at breaking problems down and, like, understanding how our own sensory systems work. Like, is it a moral failing that you find it difficult to fucking work out how to play an anti-gravity racer? Probably not, right? But, like, there's something to be said about the ability to break these kinds of things down abstractly. It's a skill that's worth having, and it's also a skill that's just fun to develop generally. bit scared. Look at the field to know where you are. I mean, genuinely, like, I want to get an eye tracker at some point, man. It's like, definitely when I play Ring Racers, like, when things aren't pressuring me, it's easy to look very far ahead of me, and then, like, when things cause my plans to go awry, I notice my eyes start to slip down, and, like, the amount of useful information you can take in shrinks so dramatically, so quickly. I think that was genuinely a much cleaner race, even with the lower difficulty. I think my best chance of interacting with a campaign structured like this and, like, enjoying myself is just to stay in open mode and, like, experiment and enjoy the handling. I don't often think about, like, how can I make this enjoyable for myself, because usually I skip straight to, that's a good texture.
Racing Genesis is the first crowd-funded team in the Redout League, showing the might of the unwashed masses united. They're ready to steer the league to revolution once more.
Alright. I skipped to, like, let's figure out why I'm not enjoying myself. Why I'm feeling frustrated. Rather than, like, what do we do to stop that? Which is, like, those are actually different modes of thought, I swear to God. Alright, so I still need to go through the tourney here to get into my fucking promotion. I'm not gonna roll the R. I'll resist the urge. So let's see, if I swap ship, I guess you can leave one ship tuned for each class, and maybe that's the comfortable way to do it. We're here for steering, huh? Am I still in range? I'm over, right? Yeah. 451. Bastard. Like, do I need to be spending time tuning this specifically? Definitely not. But also, I hit 449, and that makes me, like, I hit the gamer number. That's great, right? It's the gamer number. How do you teach people to look at things as a designer? Place women at the location that the player should be focused. Huh. This feels like a substantially higher cruising speed right away. I mean, I guess I was just playing like kind of an acceleration focused ship, but like it's way higher. Is this like the Just Drive Lamau ship class? Where do you just, like, do the turns? Might be. Oh, boy. What a cool section. Autocorrect goes so hard. Ooh, okay. Alrighty. Definitely that regular-ass steering is something. I wonder if this can still get a sensible time. Yeah, I died at the end of the course and still blew out the time by 12 seconds. I think pilot difficulty is probably fudging these a little bit for me. That's hot. Hi, T. SNES game? Taking a wild guess. Good one, you got it. It's so hard to tell. ROM Hack Monday. Yeah. Well, I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for sending your people my way. I'm checking out this weird fucking racing game that was free on Epic the other day. I played a lot of the first Redout. Redout 2 is, like, different in ways that are cool and also different in ways that, like, confuse me greatly about the designer intent. Which I think is the kind of sequel that's the most fun to talk about, for sure. Gotta prep you for Blue Out. How did I know? How did I just fucking know, T? Regular-ass boost actually gets me pretty far here. Like, full overheat with no fucking, hyper boost or whatever the fuck it's called. Seems like it's sensible on, like, sections that still need fine strafe adjustment. Tiny bit blown away by how good this game can look. They fucking killed it for that. When they said, like, oh, we want to release Redout for the Switch, the first one, my first thought was, are you fucking out of your mind? Do you understand how weak the Switch is? The Switch is for fucking mobile games. This is not the type of thing that will adapt gracefully. But hey, everybody in the fucking world has a Switch, so gotta make the attempt, right? I've been wondering what the fuck the Switch 2 is gonna be, right? I assume, like, people have been super connected to leaks for that or whatever, so probably people have a more concrete understanding of, like, what the hardware is gonna be than I do. But, like, what the fuck do you do as Nintendo when, like, your new handheld, by definition, already has to fucking suck ass compared to, like, the new hotness on the market that has, like, managed to achieve some degree of, like, mainstream popularity? Because, like, you can't sell a $500 handheld as Nintendo. That's insane. So, like, the Switch is so weak that it causes developers problems. And the Switch 2 already has to be worse than the thing that's been out for several years. Which is, like, an understandable trade to make for more affordable pricing. But I wonder what the fuck it's gonna be about. And I think they already talked about how they won't be talking about that on the Direct. I appreciate that they deconfirm stuff like that ahead of time, honestly. It didn't stop Smash players from, like, still being really shitty about everything in the lead up to, like, Ultimate's release. But saying outright, this will not contain information about Switch 2 ahead of the fucking conversation, like, in the same post as the announcement of the Direct, is, like, that's a thoughtful thing to do. I appreciate that. Everybody fucking calm down. It does make me wonder, like, the second part is, okay, if we're gonna do a hardware refresh for the Switch, and it's not gonna be focused on, like, power, because trying to compete on power doesn't make any fucking sense, then, like, what is the hardware refresh for the Switch supposed to fucking do? And, like, if you actually use your Switch regularly, then probably you have some ideas for that, like, fix the fucking Joy-Cons. Oh my god, fuck. But also, like, more broadly, you can go the road of, like, hardware gimmicks, or you can go the road of, like, service support, and I'm kind of curious what happens. Like, I wonder if just Joy-Cons 2 are good enough. If that's enough to sell the console to people. Because immediately my question if they do Joy-Cons 2 is like, what the fuck do these have in them that prevents you from putting them on Switch 1? That's my first question. And maybe there won't be. Maybe it'll just be a general improvement, but, like, undercutting your own hardware refresh in that way seems unlikely. Woo! What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Ha! Alright. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, man. I bet this is still a gold time, even if I just fucking pick up the pace. Because, like, we already know that, like, Nintendo's a fucking toy company. They're not really interested in, like, putting a lot of resources into software for other people's fucking hardware. We've seen, like, hey, here's me half-assedly, like, dipping my toes into the mobile market, and that's pretty much it on that front. It's pretty clear that they want to compete on, like, strong first parties and hardware gimmicks, just the same as always. But, like, is it weird to view the Switch as now kind of in contention with phones? Especially, like, in a prickly economic situation for a lot of people where, like, owning a phone is basically a requirement to exist. And, like, entertainment for the price of free is more and more making up, like, the bulk of people's media budgets. I can't imagine Switch 2 isn't substantially more powerful than the original. That shit's old enough that there's probably some good chips. I think the form factor and heat dissipation puts some unusual restrictions on it. Like, definitely it'll be stronger, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that weird to me to expect that the refresh isn't going to be substantially stronger. Like, it won't enable new types of things to be made for the system. That's kind of where I'm sitting at the moment. Basically a phone game device for preteens who can't own a phone yet. Is the concept of preteens who can't own a phone, like, does that still exist? Thankfully, I've been, like, absolved of the need to interact with children on a regular basis, so that's a genuine question. Like, because obviously for me, fucking, like, I don't know, phones are not for video games. You think about, like, the latency associated with the Android stack, or the incredibly shitty walled garden of Apple Arcade, and, like, their preposterously expensive hardware. And it's like, even if phones could, like, express ideas in game design form, which I think largely they fail to, phones are not for video games. But if you're here for, like, the family market and you're targeting, like, you're specifically hitting, like, inexpensive fucking portable. You cannot make money by selling phone games, period. You can only make it by selling things in the phone games. Yeah. Fucking... That trend's more and more true everywhere. Like, people are just starting to realize that relative to, like, money that goes in and money that comes out, fucking stapling, like, the Desire Machine to any existing game concept is a more effective way to monetize it than anything else. But, like, on mobile, that's 100 times more true because the fucking platform expectations is that, like, every experience you have when you pick up this device is a fucking substanceless throwaway distraction, even if people don't frame it in terms that are, like, that explicitly negative. Effective if it works, it's wildly wasteful if it doesn't. Yeah. Is it back? Am I permitted to exist? That's definitely 2K bitrate. That's super funny. Alright, so the stream is just gonna look like ass for a bit. Please enjoy that. Yeah, just not boosting through this section seems to be the correct answer. Hold on. I think I gotta put it on this layout too. I think it's really important that this exists as, like... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I need to update this. This meme is actually inaccurate now. There we go. That's our new bill as of this month. That's 100% real. That's USD! Canadians and Australians in the room, be even more terrified than you are. I remember paying $60 a month for Google Fiber that was symmetrical gigabit. Symmetrical! Spherical! Symmetrical gigabit that went down once ever, and the guy that came to our fucking house to fix it profusely apologized, and then we got like a month's worth of free credit. It is impossible to get a fucking plan in this region of the US that has, like, upload speeds that function at all while paying less than like $100 a month. And if you want unlimited data, for instance, if you have like 3 people who's like largely make their livings and like live their social lives on the internet, because 1 terabyte is not enough. We go through 1 terabyte in like a week. And that's before you consider streaming egress, honestly. Plans without unlimited data? Like, maybe you can squeeze in at like $80 a month. But if you want unlimited data and real upload speed, you're fucked. You are fucked beyond belief. Cox Communications is the worst corporation I have ever had the displeasure of interacting with. Every service they provide is objectively worthless and worse than every other service in its category available anywhere. It's bad. Remember when they removed all data caps during COVID? And then went, yeah, you know, I think we like money a lot, and just put it back on. Like it was never about the capacity of the network. Remember when, like, ISPs took obnoxious amounts of government funding to, like, roll out fiber infrastructure across the entire US and then didn't do that? I thought that was pretty cool. I think that sticker might permanently live on every stream layout now. I just need to tell people how bad it is at every opportunity. Literally, if your quality of internet is important to you at all, you need to, like... Oh, that's confusing. If you're, like, planning a move, you need to make sure that the location you're going to has another option. We have wasted untold amounts of fucking money on this horse shit. Limited rewinds still preserve a lot of the pressure, I think. And, like, definitely as I think about, like, sections that I'm failing because I, like, don't have the specific skill required to navigate them but want to practice, like, a rewind in that situation when it comes to building your personal competence is probably a lot better than a restart. So as long as you, like, meter it in some way, it doesn't, like, defang the entire experience. I feel like the bottom is gonna fall out of a bunch of industries really quickly in, like, the next couple of years. That's my sincere hope. Like, I don't wish global economic collapse on any specific person, but, like, the expectation of exponential growth, it's starting to get really obvious that it exists in strong contention with, like, the financial reality of being alive in the United States. Alright. So we're in fucking A-League. Cool. So if I look at A-League, 425 to 525. And I can bump up a couple parts. Let's do one A-League race and see if, like, the difference is notable. Okay. Am I smoking crack, or does titanium just look like a different color scheme in the image than it does on the ship? What's going on there? Very confused. That one's kind of cool. Sure, man. Yeah. Let's do one. Shader from the display room looks different in race. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. I think I'll restart for that one rather than using a rewind on the first course element. So verdict so far. A campaign structure that I find weird, but that is actually very standard and normal. A handling model that is just as good as the first game, with resource management systems that I think, like, refine it somewhat to be more, like, about good overall control than about just, like, bashing into things with turbo boost at top end. Online is a mess. Online is a complete fucking mess. performance is, like, kind of the fucking bad, but the game is pretty good looking, so I'm not really sure how much of that is, like, the legitimate ground. Ah, nice. What the fuck? No way, dude. That's funny as hell. That's great. How do I even... There we go. I remembered how to pitch. Whoa. Hey, wait a minute. These jumps are what the rewind system is in the game for. What the fuck? My brain hurts. Ah, that's sick. The player-controlled gravity flip. That's super funny, and it is a little stomach-churning. I'm not gonna lie to you. But I think I'll probably get used to it. That's some fun speed. This is a neat course. I definitely feel like I'm getting a way different experience using a ship with, like, strong baseline steering. The flight mechanics are so fucking weird. I gotta use the D-pad for this shit. I expected, like, a roll modifier key or something, not, like, physically operating a different set of controls. Mid-air roll steering assist has no idea what to do with jumps like that. I was really hoping that it might, because, like, definitely this is the filter, right? This is the thing where new players see it and go, oh, what the fuck? Huh. I see. I don't even think I can rewind fast enough for far enough to save this. That doesn't have collision, so that's cool. I would have loved to get that upside down there, but that's fine too. Yeah, this is the feeling of, like, I remember fucking Neptune DLC in Redout 1. And, like, having to deal with fucking flying for the first time as, like, a central track element. And being like, oh shit, I'm just out here, I guess. Except when you're just out there in Redout 2, it requires you to solve a Rubik's Cube to get back down. I'll bet that's the sort of thing where, like, I give it an hour, I give it, like, an hour more practice and then, like, some sleep. And it probably just all clicks at once. But, oh man. That's fucking crazy. The AI doesn't seem to be, like, super happy with it either, but hey. Alright. That's a solid 4 hours of Racing Game 2. Let me give multiplayer one more try. Let's see if I can have one good multiplayer race. Do you think that's possible? The UE4 Redout 2 game has crashed and will... ... Fatal error. I swear to God this is real. I promise. Do I have to go get my display capture for this one? Is it even going to be the right display capture? Oh, I gotta redo so many fucking... I'll just screenshot that for my own reference. Do you have crossplay enabled or no? Whatever the fucking default is. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I was gonna close the game, but I'm gonna commit. I am going to get into a multiplayer race that makes sense. I have no reason to believe that I would not want crossplay enabled unless fucking PS4 users are somehow remotely hacking my PC. You are now online. Connect with friends. No! There's no way you crashed at the same point. Okay, it's real chunky looking. Race started, you will join last when ready. Okay, how about... Sure. Alright, so I have joined in 12th place on a race that has been active for 3 minutes already. That's a pretty durable hull, huh? So, like, the ability to just fucking... You get the modal, and it says, like, you will join early, and then you get in-game, and the race has been going for 3 minutes. That's, like, that's broken, right? Like, that on its own might render online completely worthless. Ooh, that's pretty hot, though. It seems like I'm making up some fucking distance, though. Better than having you wait in lobby. I mean... if there was a lobby construct, but there's no way to stay in the session afterwards. So after I play out this race or quit, no matter what, I have just as much of a chance to get into an in-progress race next game. Join Redout Discord. Oh, of course. Yeah, no, it's... I don't understand what the fuck it is with, like, people making multiplayer games and the aversion to continuous lobbies, but continuous lobbies are the best thing you can do for your game. They are vitally important. Fucking banger song, though. Of course, it's pretty fun. Like, the visuals here, I haven't been in this area yet, but it's like, it bangs. This isn't Vertex, is it? Nah, this is like some kind of industrial situation. We got like rockets and shit. I don't know. Ow. So I think I've been largely, like, maintaining or slightly gaining. Oh, that guy's name is literally Join Redout Discord. That's fucking horrible. Like, you're fighting a good fight, trying to, like, help people in a game you love. And I respect that, but, like, it's gross that you have to do that. That's fucking disappointing. That's a terrible place to hyper boost. placed a hyper boost too. Bad luck. Yeah, this is like a really cool handling model. This is like, so far my impression is that this is absolutely the best version of this formula that like can be made outside of maybe like, give me the roll modifier key instead of the like D-pad stuff. Okay, and like, I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding this. I have one action on the right side menu, and it is leave multiplayer. There's no other buttons that I can hit on like the left side control guide. Oh, I didn't even leave that time. It just fucking booted me out. Can I get into a race where I am present at the start of the race? Wait a minute. Oh, it just advances invisibly. Wow, that's really bad. There was no indication that that would happen. That makes so much more sense. Ugh. Now I feel terrible, but like, how the fuck? How are you meant to know? Like, is that streamer bro momentum, or like, what? There's no indicator that that screen is progressing. Ah, well, at least it's there. That's way better. Is it Sulha time? I already readied up, and I'm not giving up my spot. Maybe next session. Let me get one race where I'm in it at the start, and then I stay in it for the entire time. And don't get, like, put in an anti-exploit box that doesn't make any fucking sense. Just once. A singular time. Pretty please. Whoa, okay. Woo! That's bad. That's a terrible one round. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I saved it! I canceled the hyper and saved it! I'm so fucking nice! It's a messy corner otherwise, though. I really should have fucking had hyper for here. Can I still hyper and like get something useful out of it? Breaking out of like a short double boost is a fucking entire emotion on its own. Cornering has not been clean, but I'm having a lot of fun right now. Because this is it! This is the speed! For health regen here. I'm starting to feel it click. Hello, 7th place. Oh, goodbye, 7th place. I don't know when Discord Man actually passed. %, HP. The fucking truth? I should absolutely have saved for here. This is really fucking good, guys! Oh shit! Okay, I don't know how that worked, but it did. And I considered that a miracle. That's the wrong place for that. I did it! I defeated Discord! Oh, that's sick. Alright. I got my one. What? I can't have anything fucking nice. Nothing good is allowed to happen to me, ever. I got my one. I got my one. Jonathan Discord had the last laugh after all. Alright, Redout 2. A baffling concoction of peak meets mid. There's your quotable streamer opinion. That better be on the fucking Epic Store page by tomorrow. Please get the fuck out of here. Thank you for watching.